Okay, there we go. For some reason, it looked like the microphone wasn't working on my end. Alrighty. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're doing some more indexing your heart stuff today. More dialogue that we're doing. More dialogue. We were off to a pretty good start last week, despite me forgetting how to use Visual Studio, let alone C#. That's since changed. I know a little bit more. And I now have a macro pad that, well, it's a Stream Deck, but I now have a little thingy that lets me access some of these things a little bit easier. Like running the test, for example. So if I were to just, I need a, there. Let's go back to Visual Studio here. And all I need to do is just beep. Wow. Oh, yeah, fun. Alrighty, let's see what we can do. So, alrighty. So, I believe we left off with, that is a, oh, this is for chapter is optional? These look like the same test. Oh, the chapter number is missing. Oh. Apparently I know what I'm looking at. Right, so we've done all the story bits. Which means the only tests left that we have to worry about here, ones that I just wrote up today. Dialogue and narration. Refresh events. And question and choice. So basically what that is if I were to switch here. Right, so that basically kind of boils down to four major things. Or three things, actually. One, the actual dialogue itself. Narration kind of counts as dialogue. It just kind of means that the narrator is just missing. Or that the who is basically the narrator. So that's kind of more or less the same thing. Refresh just basically is saying, like, oh, draw this image to the screen, or play this sound effect, or something. And then the question, which is actually just bringing up a menu of options to choose from. Renpai calls them menus, I believe. I don't know, it's been a couple of years since I've done Renpai stuff. But yeah, that's kind of more or less what we're looking at. Not too bad. The tests right now are failing. That's supposed to happen. Now, unfortunately, I don't know if there's actually a better way to handle this, because I would have loved to do something like an enum with associated values. Like here, I would have loved to done something like this to indicate like, oh, this is a narration event which has this as the text, dialogue with this as the person and this is the text. I would have loved to do something like that, but that is not a thing in C#. And apparently discriminated unions are still kind of out there. Like, it's like, eh. And then I was looking into, well, is there a way that we can like switch based on the type? And it's like a little more complicated than that. Because like you could use a package called one-of that basically kind of imitates what I would want with an enum with associated value, but it's like, then at that point, it's just like, I feel like you're doing a lot of extra work just to try and implement some sort of language-ism from another language, and I felt like, probably not go for that. So what I'm thinking instead is we're just going to make an event interface that basically just kind of defines the type of the event. And then maybe some other useful properties that may be helpful for like testing and other things. And then from there, you could just cast it to the respective type that you want. And then from there, just kind of figure out, and then from there, just pull out the data that you need. I think that may work a little bit better than trying to do all this weird mumbo jumbo. Because, like, this isn't Swift. You can't just necessarily make it Swift. Yeah. So, I guess let's figure that out. So the first thing I think we should tackle then would be to figure out the dialogue part. I think so. So what we're going to do is we're going to need to create a new public class dialogue event. And we'll just say that this is an iJensen event. And then public event type. Here we're going to, can I just say that? Yes, okay. Could we all actually, I think it's with this version of C# that you can do this, right? I don't remember. I guess we'll find out. Does this actually work? Does not implement interface. Oh. Now how does this work? Do I need to say public const Jensen event type? Is this? Well, that's valid syntax. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Implement interface. Oh. Oh, I think I gotta do the arrow. Yay! There we go. Okay. Cool. That makes sense. So I guess this is supposed to be just an arrow function then, right? Invalid expression. if who is empty, then else? Oh, you know, you're not gonna like that. Okay, fine. That's fine. We can just do this then. Narration event string what? By Jensen event, which then is this becomes a narration. It probably doesn't like the fact that we have that, right? Parameter who is unread. What do we need to say? I just put public var. String who? Actually, there may be a smarter way to do this. Let me try this. Because I know we can make a record, right? Like that. Can we just extend? It works. I'll take it. I'll take it. Public Jensen event type. Event type is Jensen event type narration. Okay, let's start with that for now. So then we need to go into our reader, and we're going to need to... Okay, so we're at this point now. No? That's not how you do that. Event. New. No. New array list of Jensen event. The non-generic type array list cannot be used with type arguments. Oh. Fine then. Do we have any suggestions for that? Wrap every argument, introduce parameter. No. Okay, now this one I'm a little confused on. C# new array of interface type. How to create an array of interface types. No, there isn't. The whole point is that you only access direct classes through the interface. It's declared but never used. New? No, you don't like that. Finally. That took a moment. That took a moment. Okay. Do we have the timeline here? I mean, we should have the timeline because I believe we check for this in the required nodes, right? Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. So what we need then is cuddle node timeline is Jensen node dot get cuddle node by identifier source contents. We do that. Okay. So for each var child and okay. Children may be null here. What? Use explicit type. No, you didn't really like that. Timeline is not null here. Children may be null here. Okay, you know what? Can we extract this into a method real quick? Nice. Okay. If guard children exist for timeline actually, you know what? If timeline.children is null, then just return an empty list. Okay, that works. So for every child, switch on the child's identifier default break, because we don't care. So we want a case where the identifier is dialogue, correct? Yes. We need to put a break statement, I believe. String name is child.properties name. Oh, properties is not null here. Cannot convert to toString. String speaker is child.properties. Oh, it's not name, it's what, right? No. Let me look back at the test. Yeah, it's just an argument. Who's the property? Speaker is child.properties who dot to raw cuddle string. Right, and this guarantees that we're string right now? Yes. Okay. And then we're going to create a new dialog event. Is new speaker. Oh, do we not work this way? Is a type which is not valid in the given context. Okay, fine. And then we're going to wow. Okay. So then we need to grab the argument. String content is child arguments first to raw cuddle string, and then we just put this in here, content. Wow. And so now we just kind of need to do the same thing for the narration. String content is child arguments first to raw cuddle string, and then narration event. Narration is new content, and then Jensen events append narration. We're not specifying a type there. Narration, and then break. Now, what do you not like about this? A local variable is already defined in this scope. That's kind of dumb, not gonna lie. And then I think that's all we need, for now anyway. So let's see if this test case passes. So let's open up the test explorer. Come down here, dialogue and narration. Let's run this test. Let's run the test. Ah. Ooh. Okay. Values expected. Hmm. Let's debug this test. I want to see what's up with this. No, we want the timeline. It is empty. That is interesting. Uh-huh. Okay. So here's what I want to do. Let's go back to the reader. All right, because we have it here. Yes. Oh, you know what? We may be hitting the null check. There we are. How am I supposed to know that you have to click all the way out here to do that? Okay. Step over. Okay. Timeline. So let's take a look. Children. Children not empty. Okay. Cool. Okay, so we have our first child. Dialogue. Okay. Okie dokes. We're doing good so far. Yeah, so we have our child here. Children is null, that's to be expected. We have one argument, one property. Okay. Now, in the scope of this, we should have, yeah, Renata, or Renate, I don't know how you say it. Dialogue content, okay. So we have a new dialogue event. Oh, did this change? Am I supposed to put continue? Is that what's up with this? Is that what this is all about? No, we're still getting into a weird spot. Let's keep going through again, I guess. Da, da, da. Continue. Okay. So now we have one. No. Why is Jensen event empty? Why are you empty? Is this an immutable array? Is that what's going on? Do I like make an array list? Mm-hmm. Jensen events is not null here. Oh man, that is confusing. C# dynamic array of type. Do I want list instead of this? Okay, well, I'm going to put a breakpoint here instead. And let's try running that. Boing! There were build errors. Oh. Oh. To array? Yeah. I think it's just as simple as that. Boop. Debug. Jensen events count is 0. Really? Huh. Uh-huh. Sure. Parse timeline from node, a new sequence that ends with what? Do we need to, like, insert this? At the specified index. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Maybe? Index must be within the list. Ah! Do I have to really do this? Returns. Why are you screaming? Why are you screaming? Dialogue is not null here. Cannot implicitly convert. We have insert, add. Single take. Really? Can't. Are you kidding me? Oh. Why is it called add? Oh. Oh. God. Microsoft, you have bamboozled me. Add? Add. Add. Really? Good gravy. Add. Yep, and now the test pass. Whoopee. That is so dumb. I hate that. I freaking hate that. Okay, fine. Fine. Let's up the test a little bit here. Because now we know that this is working correctly. I want to actually check that we're doing this correctly. Okay. Dialogue event. Dialogue is first event as dialogue event. Assert not null. Okay. Converting null. What do you want me to do about it? Declare as nullable? Okay. Cool. Now, assert dot equal. Add. Why would you call a method to append to the end of the array add? That is... Ugh. Ugh, I don't like that. Narration event of last event. Okay. Assert not null. Assert equal. If I can spell assert correctly. Assert equal. I forgot what the thing was. Narration dot what? This. I'm lazy. I'm just gonna copy paste. Okay. Running our tests again. So that way we can verify the dialogue be dialoguing. Yay! Oh! I still can't get over that. Frickin' add. 45. Parse dialogue and narration. Oh, that is just embarrassing. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break because I need more drink. Probably just gonna grab water. So, um, that, and we also need to grab our pupper. So, I will be right back. Okay, I'm back with pupper and sparkling water. Put you there. And I'm still freaking upset about the freaking dot ad. That has got to be the dumbest thing I've dealt with this week. Dot ad. Oh my goodness. Camera positioning for this is not very good. I just... Kinda, but you're gonna fall out of my chair. We'll do that. There you go. Now you get pupper plush. Okay. Let's put you back. Now, what's the next thing we need to do? Refresh. Okay. That one should be a bit more straightforward. So let's go back to Jensen events. Public record refresh event. String what? String type int priority. Okay. Now we just need to make sure you conform. Yes, yes. Public Jensen event type. Event type is Jensen event type refresh. All right. I think that's all we need to do. We could get a little fancier with it, but that's, I think, all we need. Right, because you have what you want to refresh, the kind of thing you're refreshing, or the type, and then the priority level that you're setting. And if you didn't set a priority, by default, it's going to be 0. Yeah, that's fine. So what I'm also going to do is I'm going to also quickly update this. Refresh event image refresh event assert not null. I don't know why I must have hit page down by accident. Can you stay in one place? Thank you. Assert equal, what did we set as our expected value here? Game changer logo to be, so that's going to be the what. Assert equal image to be image refresh event dot did we oh, we'll just call it kind, so hopefully that appears. Dot kind assert dot equal -1 to be image refresh event dot priority. Okay, now I just need to do the same thing down here. Refresh event sound refresh event is that assert not no. I don't know why I put a space there. Okay, assert equal game changer intro A1 to be our sound refresh event dot 1. Assert dot equal sound to be sound refresh event dot kind, and then 0 to be sound refresh event dot priority. That should cover that. All right, so let's go into the reader now, and it should be fairly straightforward because it's just another case refresh. string refresh kind is child dot properties of kind dot to raw cuddle string. Like that. And then int priority is child properties priority dot to raw cuddle string. You know what? This is gonna be that weird conversion thing. Right, we gotta do that. So what we need to do, so we need to set this first, and then int priority out if, what do we do for down here? Node arguments any. Int try parse node, that's what we want. Int try parse child properties priority to raw cuddle string and then out priority out. Okay. Priority becomes priority out. And then finally, we just need to do the same thing here. String content to refresh is child arguments first to raw cuddle string. And so then we have our refresh event. Refresh event is new content to refresh. Refresh kind priority. And then Jensen events dot add refresh event. I still can't get over that. Why would you call it add? Ugh. I bet everybody on stream right now is like, this guy's just insane because he keeps talking about this freaking add thing on a list. Totally makes sense. Well, I'm sorry. Oh, I forgot to check that. Child properties contains key priority. Would help if I used parens instead of... Refresh is good. Woo! Let's do the thing real quick. Yay! Lovely. More puppy. Okay. So let me just commit that real quick. So I want to make sure that we're on the same page. Parse, refresh, events. Bloop. And then the last thing we need to do is question and choices. That's going to be fun. So if we were to look at the question here, right? So we have a who. So it's basically like a dialogue event where you have an optional who, and then you have your content, but inside you have a choice, but then inside of that you actually have events. So it's kind of like a recursive thing. I think V2 only supported recursion up to a certain point where like you couldn't put another question in here, but theoretically you could put another thing in here, I guess. So yeah, so the first thing we're gonna need to do is I guess we're gonna need to make the choice first. Public record choice event, string what, and then I Jensen event, events, I Jensen event, public Jensen event type will be the Jensen event type dot choice, like that. And then we just gotta add the same thing here, record accept a question event, string who, string what, and then choice for choices I Jensen event. I forgot we call these choice events in here. Wait, what? These words must begin with a... Optional parameters must appear after all the required ones. Okay. That makes sense. Okay, we'll do that. Public Jensen event type. Event type. You are a question. Wow. Questions. Okay, cool. Though I guess you're kind of mad at me for not having this capitalized. Fix name violation. Do the same thing here, will you? Oops. Don't do that. Wait. Actually, let me build the solution real quick. Oh, you son of a poopy. Doing it that way did not. I don't like that you didn't do that. So my question is, I need to understand this, Microsoft. If you give an option for fixed name violation, why do you not treat this as a refactor rename? Why are you just saying, oh, in this specific spot, we're going to fix the name violation? Huh? Huh? Why? That makes no sense. Because then that means that I shan't use your suggestion, and that I must use this. That's kind of dumb, no? Like, that seems really freaking dumb to do that. I mean, maybe there's some logic behind that, but like, I don't know. That's just really freaking weird. Okay, well, there. We're no longer violating things anymore. Ugh. I don't understand. And if you all have better understandings of that, then great. By all means, tell me. Oh, but now you don't like this because you didn't... Wow, the rename option doesn't even work. Good job. Considering that I use Xcode as my tool of choice in my day job, at least when it isn't like, oh, we can't find the indices, at least the rename option actually renames. Am I gonna have to fix this in the reader itself too, or no? Okay. I don't know. That's freaking weird. Question. Oh, I need to do this. Case. Question. Okay. String. Content. Question content is. Put continue here. Thank you. Okay. So we want child arguments first to raw to row. Raw cuddle string. Okay. Now string who child properties who dot to raw cuddle string. Do that. Oh, I think I need to do that for this one as well. No, who here I think is required. Yeah, who here is required. Who here is optional. So what are you freaking about over here? Unnecessary assignment. Well, I haven't even finished yet. Question event. Question event is new. Question content. And then question who. Question who now? Still can't get over the ad thing. Okay. Now. Oh, ba. Now this is where we need to do some stuff. For each our choice child in child, children, nodes, where, node identifier is choice. Children may be null here. How about that? What do you want from me? If, I don't know, children is null, break. Because you can't have a question with empty choices. So, or I guess in this case, let's just continue. Because there may be more events after that. Now we need to create a list of choices. Okay, and then we can change this to be choices. Oh, actually, we need this to be up here, not down there. Okay. Okie dokes, okie dokes, okie dokes. So we know that Jensen event child events will be parse timeline from node choice child. So then we know that, and then I think if we were to go back to the tests, yes, you are a single argument. String choice text. You know, that's actually a good name for this. Arguments.first to raw cuddle string. We'll have it blow up if it didn't like it. Then we just need to create a new choice. Choice event is equal to new string what choice text child events. Jensen events dot, no, not that. Choices dot add this, and then we want to convert this to an array. Yeah, I think that does it. Cool. Now let's flesh out the test a bit more here. Question event dot, no, question event is this. Yep. Assert equal Amy. Question event dot who. Okay. Assert equal. No, really? Who's there? To question event what? Now assert dot equal. There should be two choices. Okay. Now we're going to say string choice names is me ghost. Now we're going to say assert dot equal choice names to be question event choices select choice event What do we call it? What? Because here we don't even need to worry about the inner events. We already know that there's going to be things there. Literate! We're running. That's the Discord one. We did it! Fuck. Ugh. Sweet. So that's great. Parse. Jensen reader. No, parse Jensen reader. Questions and choices. Nice. Okay. So that covers all that we need. I don't think we need to make a Jensen writer because it's really easy to write that. Like, I don't think we need to go too far into that. I'm gonna put you over here. Ooh. That's adorable. That's too adorable. Just sitting. Okay. So that's one piece of the puzzle. Now, I think... What's the... Okay. So, I mean, I guess we can kind of mark this as done now. I haven't figured out how to do that. Also, I don't think we need to worry about this manifest 3 thing, at least not yet. Yeah. Done. Kaboom. So I think what we're going to need to take care of is I want to see, can we hook this up to... Can we hook this up to Godot now? That is the question. But also we need to figure out how to read from the file. So I guess let's figure out what in the world we're gonna need to do. It's not gonna be that straightforward. At least I don't think so. So let's fire up the good old Godot and see what we can do. Right now everything's gonna be broken. I know that much. It's like, this is no stream. Oh, we don't know where your stuff is. Well, yeah, because it was written for Mac. Duh. Just imagining that's what the internal conversation would be like. Da 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 da. Still gonna freak out. Yep, okay. So what do we have for the component? Molecule? No, it's an atom, I think. No? UI? Jensen UI. So we define this as a Jensen timeline. Okay. So can we attach a script to you? Yes. Res. Is this gonna pick up though? I don't know. Guess let's just create a scripts folder, I guess, and then just kind of do this. Jensen timeline. Well, I guess we should probably create a UI folder inside here to be more pedantic about it. For now, I'm just going to save that. Oh, well, Visual Studio figured out something's happening. Okay. Loading project file. I love that this is all in all caps now. It's like... it's like... your heart! Like, whoa, we don't need to... we don't need to be too excited about this. Come on now. This item does not support... No, you son of a... Oh, that's weird. Why is there a second solution? I guess that was just a temporary one? Alright. Fine. Jensen timeline. Yep. Okay, cool. So we have this figured out. Missing node. So this is where I'm going to need to also pull up our original source code because I forgot what this was supposed to be. Jensen Godot kit. Timeline. Jensen timeline. You're supposed to be a control. Okay. We can do that, I think. I'm going to close out of the project and then try reopening it. See if it'll actually do anything now. Forgot what Godot looked like. There's no need to shout. Yeah, tell that to Visual Studio. Don't write things in all caps. This is why I don't write things in all caps half of the time. I don't know what's up with this. Missing node? How about we just change you to a control just to... Okay. You're fine with that, I think. But also, you changed your... Oh no, you didn't change your bounds. I think I just changed my view. Okay, so now this is just a regular Godot thing to which we can start doing Godot things with. Cool. Jensen timeline. So what we're gonna need to do then is... Do we have... Add a shared project reference? Do we have... I guess this works. Using jensen.net. Oh, do we need to rebuild the solution? Oh, it redid all this. Okay, fine. So we got that going. I didn't mean to open Copilot. Timeline state. We had timeline state stuff? Okay, interesting. Image refresh priority layer. So we have a signal in here, I can tell. I forgot how you define those. C# signals. Here we go. To implement the observer pattern. Custom signals. Okay. Okay. So that's what we need to do. So I'm going to put the signals down here. That's public. What is it? Delegate void? Timeline finished. And then we just call this a signal. The name of the delegate must end with event handler. Okay. Fine. Now, did we provide an argument for that? No, there's no arguments that we provided with that. Whew, close call. Auto variant, display commentary. Well, we can't even emit comments anymore. So I know we do have this. So let's look into how we do exported properties. Godot API. Bound values? Signal creation at runtime. Godot API. C# variant. C# exported properties. That's exactly what I'm looking for. So we do export private int number. Okay, got it. So export public string script like this. Build. So if we were to select this, we now have the script field. Okay, so that's restored. Cool. So then all we need to do is we need to load that in, and then we just need to provide the timeline. So or in this case, it would just be the document. No, it would be the timeline. Okay. In this case, we'll just mark this as nullable. Annotation. The nullable annotations context. Oh, I see. Okay. Fine. So we do have a few things going on here. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna move the Swift implementation into its own window just to make it easier for me to reference. Don't worry, I'll still have the chat open on this monitor. I just need to be able to see what I'm doing. Okay. So we got this figured out. Now, the next thing that we need to do is... Okay, so we did do a did set on you, I think. Yeah. We'll have to figure out how that works. Child path. Okay, so how do we reference the scene tree? How do we reference children nodes? Strings as paths. Oh, we should probably do that too. Property hint.file. And then the hint string would be anything dot Jensen. Right? So then if we were to go back to Godot, we gotta rebuild the solution again. Yeah, okay, now it shows up as a file type that we can select. So then we would just go to what, data, and then we just select one of these, and then we'd be good. Those are written in V2 though. We still need to write a V3 compatible file. I need to put the phone down from the thing. Okay. I still need to figure out how we access children nodes. We're still looking at exported properties. C# API differences. Global scope. Export annotation on ready. Ah, okay. So we just grab all that from there. Okay, fine. So private animation player animator, private texture rect background layer, if I can type, private, what is that, a VBox container? Menu, private texture rect speaker left, private texture rect speaker right, if I can spell. Private texture rect speaker single. And now I just need to specify everything that it paths here. Okay, fine. Oh, but then we also have all these other fields that we need to worry about too. Okay. So this region is going to be children nodes end region. Okay, so we have a private var, or in this case, we need a dictionary, a string, and then an iJensen event to be choices. Oh, do you not work? The generic argument type must be a variant compatible type. Oh, Jensen events are not Godot variants. So I think in this case we need to use system collections instead of Godot collections. Are you missing a directive or an assembly reference? Am I? Oh, it's system collections generic, that's why. Okay. Got it. String, and then an iJensen event. Events. Or no, these are the choices. And then I think we just did new like that. just to give it a default parameter. Okay. So private button choice template. Private current event. Nope. Jensen event. Current event. Private reader. No. Jensen reader. We have our timeline. Okay. Aren't the who and what labels children nodes though? Yeah, who and what labels are the... Oh, I see what we did. Okay, I get it now. Because it is a part of this other... I don't know. We'll put it here. Label, who label. Private label, what label. Right? Yes. So then the next thing we need to do is we just need to make sure that this all works. Okay. So now we just need to grab our things, right? Animator is get node animation player. Then we pass in a node path. So I need to look for where child path is in our code. Where is it in our code? Did I like define this elsewhere? Annoyingly? No, it's not in the class props. Where did I put the darn... Where's Jensen Godot child path? No? Timeline... Jensen timeline data? Ah! Okay, here we go. So I guess I could just theoretically keep going back and forth on here, huh? Yeah, I could. Node. What are you, a texture rect? Background. Texture. Okay. I think this is where we're gonna have to do a second break real quick because I need to use the restroom. So I will be right back. Okay, we should be coming back here. There's the camera. Alrighty, I'm back. A little energized. Let's keep going with this. Let's see if I can... There we are. Alrighty. Choice menu, right? That's the next thing we need to do. Choice. Do we actually define the choice menu in here? Oh, we just call it menu. That's why. Okay. Get node. A VBox container. Yep. Choice menu. Now, if we were to switch this over, so now we have the speaker left. Let's get node of a texture rect. Now, what was your path called? Just multi-speakers? Okay, yeah. Multi-speakers. Left speaker. And then we can just kind of copy paste this to then change this to be right. And then speaker right. And then we have speaker single is get node texture rect speaker, nope, single speaker. Did I really just put single speaker? Oh yeah, it is. Interesting. Okay. So we got that. Cool. And so then we need to do find child. Okay. So who label is find child pattern who label recursive true. Why are we even specifying the argument here? True. Can I put label like that? No. Do I need to put label here? Yep. Okay. And then what label is the same thing? Label find child. What label? True. Right? Okay. And then we just need to do the choice template as well. Choice template is menu get child 0. Can this one be specified with a thing here? Yes, we can. I don't know why find child doesn't, but get child does. That's kind of weird. Guard is editor hint. Oh, because with GD extension, everything runs as like tool scripts. Right, okay. So we don't need to worry about that. Menu visible is false. You knew exactly what I was gonna do. Cool. So we don't need to worry about that part. What does preload refresh data do? Running initial contents. Okay. So we're gonna need to do something with this part here. So I guess the next thing we're gonna need to do is write a method for that, right? Private void create reader from script. Right, so now we need to figure out how to open up a file. File access, file is, Wait, isn't this like a new... They changed the way that the file access stuff worked in Godot 4. So I need to look at this one more time. But instead, look at the file access. Right? Yes, okay. So, var file is file access.open. The path is our script, and then our flags is just read. What do you actually return back? How to read from a file. Oh, can we just do using? I guess that automatically closes it then, huh? All right. Then let's create a new reader. Is Jensen reader file dot get as text. New Jensen reader file get as text, because we want to read the whole file as a string. And then I think is that really it? Because of the fact that we're using the using here, we don't need to close it ourselves. Yeah. Wow. Okay. And then I think we can just say here, timeline is yeah. Okay. Reader dot parse dot toString dot timeline. Right? Cannot convert to Jensen timeline. Wait, what? Cannot implicitly convert Jensen net models Jensen event to Jensen timeline. Because we set the wrong type. Private member cannot be removed as the value assigned to it is never read. Okay, you're being weird. Okay, well that's very interesting. Okay. That's rather cool. So I mean that's one less thing to worry about then. So we have that going for us. So I guess then let's just try running our private void next. If animator is null, return. If menu dot visible return. Oh, and then we need to create our internal state for this, right? Yeah. Public partial class. So what we did was, okay, well at least this one's fair game. Okay, enum timeline state. So we have initial, loaded, started, playing, ended, and then we have a static timeline state of unsafe refresh states to be initial. Now, I keep forgetting. You don't like that. Jensen event type. No? I don't know. Timeline state dot initial. Timeline state dot loaded. Timeline state dot ended. And then I'm just gonna remove the white space around that. Private static. I'm not gonna worry about the timeline state inside of there. Yep. Did we define our timeline state in here? I don't think we did. No, it was like one of the last things in here. Okay. Private timeline state. Timeline state. Okay. If. So let's go back to our next event thing. Wherever that was. Handle next event. Yeah. If state is started, also return. I think we can simplify this down a bit, or that, or that. Okay, now if, this is also another case, okay, animator dot is playing, and animator dot current animation is not this. I don't know what this value is supposed to be. What is it? Start timeline? Okay. Start timeline. Return. Okay. Yep. Okay. So this one is multi-line because we need to call skip. Oh, is skip animation our own custom thing here? Yes. Okay. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. So I think we'll just write it in here. Animator dot stop. Oh, you know what? We probably have this separate for the keyboard, right? Yeah, fair enough. We'll do that. Okay. Animator dot stop. And then for each label in label, what label? No, you don't quite like that. That's fine. We don't need a label dot visible ratio is 1. There we go. And then what label dot visible ratio is 1. Okay. Background light layer dot modulate is color white. Oh. So colors. Ah, okay. Okay. That makes sense. That makes a lot more sense. Colors white. Speaker single modulate is colors white. Cool. Okay. So that's that method done. Skip animation return. Because that's what we were doing for handle next event. And then we just call the internal next. Find next valid focus. Private void next. And then here's where we actually start doing more stuff with the thing. Okay, cool. Cool. We're getting somewhere. I'm liking it. Okay. So, if timeline dot is read only, there's probably a smarter way to write that. I don't know. If state is timeline state dot ended, or if it's not ended, my bad, then we say that the timeline state has ended, and then we do a GD print to say that the timeline has finished. And then we just say handle, no, not handle next event, timeline emit signal, and then the name of the signal. Okay. Type of. Okay, hold on. I need to go back to reference that again to see how that works. How do we emit that? Signal name dot my signal. Note that as for signals defined by the engine, your custom signal names are listed under the nested signal name class. Okay. Signal name dot timeline finished. Wow. Okay. I'm gonna build the solution real quick. It's a minimum size? Oh. I forgot where we go to define that. Transform. How do we set the sizing for that too? I don't know. I guess we'll figure that out. Okay. So now that we have this part done, I'm just gonna put a return here because I think this was a bug. Push warning. Attempted to move to an empty slot. Return. Okay, now current event is timeline dot. Do we have a remove first on you? Length, get length. I think we may just need to make this a list instead of an array. So then get rid of you. Timeline contains index of insert clear add range capacity. Gets the total number of elements without resizing. Count is 0 for you, and then we need to go back here to list. Yes. Jensen event. This part's not needed. So we don't need a... Okay, cool. So then what we need to do is something. What is this something, though? So we go here. Right, okay. So current event is timeline dot... Do we have like a drop or something? Like a pluck? Last or default order. Remove. Bool. No, we don't want to redo that. Take. To array. Because I know we can do first. Like this. But I don't want to drop it. I guess we can do this. First or default, add, range, append, cast, chunk, clear, distinct, element at, equals, accept, exists, find, first. Do you really not have a thing for this? Removes the first occurrence. Remove at. Slice, sort, take. This is interesting. You have to retrieve it, right? Oh, I guess it just stores it. Fine. 0. And then we just do current event. Nope. Timeline dot remove at 0. Okay, fine. I find that to be a little silly, but what are you gonna do? Okay. if current event is null. I think there may have been a bug or something at that point. So let's not get too worried about that. Set up with current event. We're just going to call that and put that right here. Private void setup with current event. So let's look at the setup function in here. Switch on event current event dot event type like this. Case dialogue case Jensen event type dot narration break, because those are now separate types entirely. Default break, or I guess in this case we'll just gd dot push warning unknown event type. I think, don't we just like stick this in front of it, or something like this? Yeah, I think it's this. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Break, and then, well, before the break, we want to call next again. Okay. Comments we don't need to worry about, because that's just a cuddle thing. Woohoo! So let's write setup dialog then. Private void setup dialog. Label.text is, oh, you know what? We need to do a conversion first. So dialog event dialog is dialog event of the current event, and then label.text will be dialog.who. What label.text will be dialog.what. Okay, so then we can just call setup dialog for you. Break. And then we just gotta do the same thing here for narration. Private void setup narration dialog event. No, this time it needs to be a narration event. Narration is that. What label dot text is narration dot what. Who label dot text just becomes an empty string. And then we have all this other stuff for like setting up buttons and menus and stuff, but I'm just going to ignore that for now. So what I want to do is, so we have the Jensen demo here, Jensen scene. I don't know what we're doing with the Jensen scene here. So I'm just going to change the type. Just going to make that a control. Yep. Jensen timeline. We're going to need to make a new test script to play around with. So let's do that. Open up NeoVim for this. Once it does its thing, cd developer indexing your heart shonen data like this, and then we're just going to make an e test scpt v3.jensen. Let's make sure we remember how we do this. So first we need to define a Jensen block, then inside of that, our story block, type the name of the story, authors, just me for now, and that's all we need to worry about. Timeline. Okay, so in here now, I'm just going to change the timeline to be our v3 file. Oh, I think in this case, we are also going to need to make sure that we load the file in, right? Where did we write the code to do that again? It's somewhere. Create reader from script, that's right. Just for that, building.net project. Okay, let's try to run the current scene. See how this goes. Oh, big! That's not good. Why are you so big? Huh? I need to look at the project settings for that. Window. 1600, 900. Yeah. Full screen, center of primary screen. Resizable. Maybe it's the fact that this is full screen right now? Can we do a thing for you? Mode. Debug. I guess we want an int? Maybe? Mode debug? I don't know what this wants. String? Float? Because I can't add. Scale mode. Well, what are you? You're an int. Okay, fine. Debug? No? Okay. I'm not sure what you want then. So let's just do that for now. Hopefully that'll solve my problems. No. Do we need to do like 1280, 720 here instead? There's probably some other stupid thing that's going on. I just don't know what. Why are you so big? Good lord. No GD extension, library found for current OS and architecture. You know what? It would probably be easier if we just deleted this bin folder. To be honest, see if that helps with things. I'm gonna close the project and then reopen it. Because it might be that Godot is just like, yeah, no, we're just gonna big poop. Besides, we don't need the extensions anyway. Load errors. Yeah, well, that's to be expected. Saving scene, building.net project. No, you're still way too freaking big. Seize. I don't know what you're supposed to do. That's not good. Also, aren't you supposed to be, like, stretched out? Yeah, you're supposed to be stretched out. That's the first important piece of business that we need to address. I still don't understand why you're deciding to be incredibly freaking huge. Is there like some other funky setting in here that we're just not aware of? Oh! Oh, it's you! So you stay the same. It's this one that we need to worry about. And then do this for macOS. No wonder. Mode debug windowed. And then we'll set the real one to be full screen. Okay. You know, that probably does it. Yay, now we're a single window. Wow. Except everything is just not here. Are we really freaking out because of this can't find files? Failed loading resources. Oh, do I need to put in the actual font files for this? That's probably why it's freaking out. So let's go grab what we need then. So I guess just a second while I do that then. Okay, we are back. That took a while. I needed to make sure that the fonts were in the right place. So to kind of explain what's going on with the font situation, so this game uses a custom font, but the custom font isn't open source. It's something that you have to purchase. And part of the licensing terms of it is that you can't redistribute it commercially. So, or at least like the font files themselves. So what I ended up doing is so that way that this works while still keeping the code open source is that we have a git ignore that just ignores those font files. I guess Godot was just complaining the font files don't exist and just refused to actually show anything on the screen. I mean, we're still not having any text, but I think it's because we haven't told it to kick off the next event here. So that's what's going on with that. Obviously, that took a while because I had to figure out why my files weren't downloading correctly, and it just turned out that I just didn't have OneDrive running. Oops. All right. Back to the regularly scheduled program here. There's something else that I need to do in here because I did a quick test and I realized that the this we can bring back. I realized that we don't have the events for actually listening for, yeah, because we didn't define input here. Public override void input u if visible return, otherwise if input.is action pressed, the action name being something, timeline next. What is timeline next? It's probably another data thing that I did, right? Animation name, child path, no? Where did the action name come from? Timeline next? Where did I define that? No, it's not under there. Timeline. Jensen registered action? Ah, okay. That's what it was. Timeline, next. Also, we need to wrap this in parens. Come back to our input function, wherever it went. It's in here somewhere. Setup dialog, setup, refresh, preload, next, load script, handle next event, input, there it is. Okay, timeline next. Or input dot is mouse button pressed left. Then we handle next event. Okay. So let's try building and running that. Do 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 do. I think I might have just hit build, but not build and run. Ah. Amy. Me. No text, though. What's that all about? That's not looking right. Run current scene. I'm gonna figure out how to set up the debugger for this. Also, there's one thing that I think I need to do for this. .NET project solution directory is up above. Debugger. Start without debugging. Yeah, so let me look. Where do we call next into here? Setup dialog. Right there. I think that'll just load the main thing though, no? Yeah. I want to do that. Yeah, Visual Studio Debugger's not. I'm gonna need to play around with that at some point. So I guess what we need to do then is gd.print yo. Whoa. What happened? There we go. Yo. I must have hit page down or something. Dialog.what? And run the current scene. Needs to build. Me. Yo. Who are you talking to? Yo. No. I think an animation that's supposed to play is not playing, and I think that might be what it is. So let's take a look at that. Handle next event. If started, return, skip animation, return. Did we call skip animation return when we did that? Check. Handle next event. Yeah, skip animation, return. Your visible ratio is supposed to be 1. Next. Set up current event. Set up dialog. Ah, yeah. There is a thing that I forgot to call. Animator.play. Custom speed is double of event Whoa, not event. Dialogue. What? Length. And then we divided that by 4. That's not how you do typecasting. There we go. Okay, yeah, so what is animation name for you? Animation name is just speech. Lucky I caught that one. Let's see. Who are you talking to? No one. The animator was confused there for a second. Okay, great. We gotta do the same thing for you. I realize. And then it's narration. But also the narration dot what isn't quite working either, which I find a little strange. So we'll have to see what's up with that. Yeah, I think the animation is just slightly confused. Find that kind of funny. Let me actually check this real quick too. gd.print. Yeah, print the entire script. Yo. Followed by narration dot what. Let's see why this is being empty. Narration event didn't even do its thing. Oh, do we just not call setup narration? Yeah. That makes a lot more sense. Wouldn't you agree? I am narrating the current story. Who are you talking to? No one. So I think what we're forgetting to do in here is resetting the animation, it looks like. So we need to figure out what we need to do for you to make that work. Next, setup. Did I maybe call the stop animation incorrectly? That might be it. Animator dots keep state is false. Yep, that is true. Yeah, I think we may just need to reset the thing. Can we just call like animator.reset or something in here? Animator.reset? No? Maybe we just need to do that. I don't know. We'll find out. I am narrating the current story. Who are you talking to? Me. No one. Okay, well, this is proof that it's working. So the version 3 script is working correctly, and I think we'll see, yeah, attempted to move to an empty slot. Very good. Yay! Love it, love it, love it. I don't have a ticket for this, but let me create one real quick. I think that was kind of important. Task, priority, medium, status, in progress. Yeah, I think that is it. Estimate. Say this is iron. Migrate Jensen timeline node to .NET. Once IOH 45 is complete, the timeline node in the game should be migrated to C# code utilizing the Jensen package created. Acceptance, criteria. I know this part's kind of boring, but just to make sure that we're clear here. Can you tell me? That one's kind of stupid, not gonna lie. The code for the Jensen timeline is ported to .NET. Functionality works similarly, if not closely, or yeah, similarly to the original code in Swift. Unit tests are added wherever applicable. Do that just for me. Let me also make sure that I can just keep pushing to refactor.net. We don't need to do any freaking weird branches or anything. Okay, so we're just gonna do you. I'm gonna stage that real quick to remove bin folder. This kept preventing the project from compiling. Okay, we do that, and then we're going to hit add on you to then say IOH, what number was it? 46? 46, yes. I almost forgot what window I was looking at. Port Jensen timeline. Partially supports loading a file, parsing it, and then displaying dialogue and narration. Refresh events and questions are still pending. And I think if we were to look at this now, because I realized earlier today that the links on this were broken. Cool. Now we can ignore that. Okay, so we have that set up. Then I think the next thing we need to do is the refreshes. I don't think we have a refresh event in here though to test it with. I don't know. We'll see. Set up. Next. Yeah, okay, so we'll just put it here. Private void refresh scene with current event. Now, because you can only define one refresh event at a time, we don't have to loop over them. So switch on the, oh, we need to make sure that this is a refresh event. Yes. Now, if timeline state, oh, we need to check the thing here. Jensen timeline dot unsafe refresh states contains our current timeline state. Then we're going to return. I'm just going to do the bottom part of the code here, just to be sure. Yeah, cool. So then we need to refresh event is refresh event of current event. Okay, now switch on refresh event dot kind case image break default gd dot push warning, and yeah, break as well. Unsupported refresh kind. Refresh event dot kind. This trigger will be skipped. Okay. So then that's all we need to do for you, and then we just need to make sure here that we do a private void refresh image with current event. Make sure to call it this time. Yeah, yeah. So I think we need to namespace this. Indexing art.ui. Can I just... I can. Winning. All right. So that works. I'm gonna make sure to build here, just to make sure that Godot doesn't freak out about that. Okay, Godot isn't freaking out about that. Excellent. So we need to check you. Right, we need to write that as well. Private enum image fresh priority layer. Background 1. Speaker single is 0. I guess we could have put that up top, huh? Yeah. Speaker. Whoa. Oh, yeah, never mind. You're -1. Speaker single is 0. Speaker left is 1. Speaker right is 2. Unknown. I don't think we need to define an unknown. There. I don't know how this is gonna work, but we'll see how this goes. I think we could just probably switch on it. We'll see. Switch. Right, we need to make sure that we do our thing here. Not refresh event 2. Switch, refresh, event, priority. And I think here we can just say case image refresh priority layer dot background break. Then default break. Cannot implicitly convert. Do we need to make it a thing? Add explicit cast? I mean, I guess that works. I don't know, we'll see. Whoa. String texture, text path is res, resources, backgrounds, refresh event dot what dot png. Okay. So then we just need to load the texture, right? Load texture 2D, text path, like this. And then with trigger. Oh, I see. There we are. I was wondering for that one. Is texture. Okay. I just want to test that real quick to see how this works. So I just want to check resources, backgrounds, forest day, apartment, remains. Okay, let me try remains.png for that. So we have NeoVim open. We just need to do refresh. Want is remains. Kind is image. Priority is -1. Alrighty. Make sure we have that called. Yep. Okay. And then I believe we also need to do one other check in our handle event thing, right? Wherever, I think we defined it under next. Setup with current event. Go to definition. Here we are. Yep. Okay. So under this, setup with current event. Okay. Case refresh. Okay. Ready. Case. Jensen event type dot refresh. And then we just call it refresh scene with current event, and then we break. Okay, let's see how that works. If it works. I don't think that quite worked. Oh, refresh did occur. Just... not at the point that I thought it would. Not sure what's up with that. Refresh image with current event. Break. Yeah. If unsafe refresh state contains timeline state return. I might need to do... well, no, it would break out of the thing. Do I need to just let it sit? Perhaps? No. I feel like there's something else that's supposed to happen. Let me check the ready code again. I might have forgotten to do something. Oh yeah, I completely... state is started, okay. Animator.play. What was start timeline again? I think it's just start timeline. Then I think after this, we just say that the timeline state is playing, and then next. I think that's what's supposed to happen. We'll see. Well, that part happened almost instantly. Image didn't show, though. I wonder what's up with that. Animation.play. I need to look at preload refreshed data. Let me check that. So, okay. So we need to go here to say if current event dot event type is Jensen event type dot refresh, then let's set up refresh. No, here we just call it next directly, I think. Right? Yeah. Okay. Let it rip. Oh. Oh, you didn't like that. Object reference not set to instance of an object. Okay, so we must be executing that a little too early, is what you're saying. Okay, do we need to just, like, wait or something? I don't know. Did we set the timeline state? No, we didn't. Timeline state dot initial. And then when we're supposed to go through the thingy, where's create reader from script? Yeah. So here we say that the timeline state is timeline state dot loaded. That might be part of it too. I don't know if we're actually even being called. GD dot print hello. Let's see. Da, 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 da. Hello. Only the background isn't actually doing anything. So there's something else going on. So it's not that. Okay. Hold on. I think we need to figure out the debugger thing real quick. Godot C# Visual Studio Debugger. Do I need to add this extension? I might need to add this extension. Okay. Extensions, customize. Oops. Manage. Godot. There's Godot theme. Is this even on the... Oh, do I just download the VSIX? Maybe I just do that. Okay. Also, this is from 2 years ago, so maybe there's something a little different with that. I'm gonna have to check. So let's take a look. Properties. To configure launch options to use with the debugger, go to Project Properties. Okay, so I might not even need to do that, is what you're saying. Okay, Solution Explorer, Project Properties. Give it a moment to do its thing. I need to put this on the side again. Open the debugging section. There's debug, okay. Command arguments? What? No. Let's move to a dedicated dialog. I think I might be doing this wrong. Project, indexing your heart properties. No, it's the same thing. Okay. Under the command arguments. So I'm guessing it's command line arguments then. E path must be provided as an absolute path to the root. Okay. Fine. Developer indexing heart showing. I think this is just for launching it. not necessarily what I want, but okay. Even if you start the project without a debugger, it can be attached using debug attached process. Okay, let's do that. Debug attached to process. U. Okay. So we got that going. Cool. Sweet. We are in. Okay, switch on the priority. String text path is that. So do we get a texture? We get a compressed texture. Okay. Break. Right, isn't this continue? No, that's show next statement. Step out. Oh, there's just a big continue button. Peculiar. Okay. So maybe let's remove the logic. Really? Can I not? How am I supposed to comment this out? What? You? Edit. Really? Oh my goodness. Comment. Comment selection. Control K. Okay, not gonna lie, that's a very odd combination. Ta-da! Oh. Does it have to deal with the animator thing here going on? Try that. If the animator is playing and it's not start timeline. I'm gonna also comment this part out too. So why is it that when I click to stop the animation, then we're okay? Is it a modulate related thing? I need to look. Set up button. Yeah, I think it may be a start animation thing going on. Okay, fine. So what we need to do is this. Can we do like a connection on the animation? Animator dot animation finished. Okay. Dot add listener. This here. Okay. Is this how we do it? The signal is not emitted if an animation can only appear on the left side of a... So animation finished appears to be a signal. That's the gist I'm getting here. So the question is, how do we listen to it? That. Okay. So let's try that. Animator dot animation finished plus equals foo, I guess, next. Delegate? Fine, that works. There's probably a reason why we didn't do this, but yeah, okay, I think I see. If timeline state is started, then we're going to say that the timeline state dot is playing. And then we call next after that. I think. We'll see. Yeah, because we only care for that instance. I don't know why I didn't set that before. Probably had to do with some weird Swift Godot thing, if I were to guess. Well, that clearly didn't do anything. Notifies when an animation is finished playing. Okay, well, let's put a breakpoint in. And debug. Attach to process. Where is the indexing card one in here? Do. Attach. No, that didn't quite do anything. Timeline state is playing. I think the issue was I wasn't fast enough. I wasn't fast enough. Huh. That didn't get fired. Wonder why that is. Something just seems incredibly off about this. Oh. Hello. So we do seem to be getting something. It just kind of acted a little funny there. I'm gonna remove the process thing here because we don't actually use that. I think we did comment this part out. Oh my goodness. Oh, now you won't uncomment? Okay. Run again. Interesting. If current event type is refresh, next. I think I need to check when these things are being set here. Preload refreshed data. If first type is refresh, then we run next, right? Which is what we do. We do that. So next, if timeline state isn't ended, right, then we set up the current event. Fire. See if it's actually being fired. No, it is not. That would be why. So I guess then let's check what's going on this line. Then yeah, no, I think we fudged that up. Okay. gd.print oi. And then we're gonna just run next here. Like this. Okay. Run it again. Now that is very peculiar. You're not even being fired at all. What? Well, that's a little odd. That is odd. Very odd. I got here. So we are entering this piece of code. Just not... What, is it a... I swear. Is it gonna be this? It might be this. The thing is still null by the time we are not even here yet. Okay. So I guess what we're gonna need to do is just fire us another signal to ourselves. So signal public delegate void timeline loaded event handler. So where is create script from dialog? Yep, timeline state is loaded. Then we need to do something. I think we need to build the solution. Okay. So then we just need to say signal or emit signal name dot. Thank you. Timeline loaded like that. So then what we need to do is execute the rest of the block from here. Okay. Timeline loaded delegate move this block into here. And then hopefully that does what we want. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. Why is this? So that part's fine. I guess. Uh-huh. Handle next event. This is just funky. Okay, well, let's try reloading this then. I got here. Uh-huh. I'm actually curious. gd.print timeline.count. I want to see if the timeline's even set up at this point. 4. I think we might just be doing something awfully weird here. Timeline state is... Oh, yeah, okay. We never loaded in the... Sure, all you folks at home are like, it's been this the whole time, you ding dong. I'm sorry. It did skip though. That's a little odd. So we did get another hello here. Yeah, timeline started. Which should be when the animation finishes. Did we get oi? Yeah, we did get oi. So this part is okay. We should probably make sure to set this up beforehand. Like that. And then run it. It skipped the narration though, which I find a little odd. So maybe there's something else that we need to worry about. Handle next event. Are we supposed to be calling handle next event and not next? So that is in there explicitly. No, you just straight up still went anyway. I think this one's next, but this one's handle next event? No. I need to check the logic on this again. Yeah, here we call next. Load script. This file timeline. Is there something that we do here? Load script. Okay, fine. Fine, that makes sense. Timeline, remove all. Preload refreshed data. If there's preload refresh data again. If first dot type is oh. That's why I didn't do this. So it's not if current event, it's timeline dot first event type. That makes more sense. Fixed. Oh man, that's so stupid. Ugh. So I'm not sure what's up with this part, the speech thing. Is there something that we did with the speech thing where the background somehow gets involved with that? Or speech? No, it's just the what label. I'm just gonna do this just in case. Because I think something might be weird there. No, you didn't like that. What? Create from script system null reference exception on what line? 101? 101. New Jensen reader file get as text. Uh-huh. How do we do that? Create reader from script. No. Huh? You really didn't like it as soon as I added the background layer modulate stuff? Really? Oh, you just straight up don't like it now. Why? 101. New Jensen reader file get as text. Returns null if opening the file failed. Did something happen? Data. You're there. Or you're not? I think it just got confused. If animator is playing and it isn't this, I think what I should also do here, just to be sure, colors this. Still don't understand why you're setting your modulate back to 0.5. That's a little funny to me. Mm-hmm. Maybe reset's being called or something. I don't know. We'll see. Skip image modulation, I guess, for now. I don't know what better to call it, but I hit Control C instead of Control V. Of course I did. Go figure. Try that. Yeah, that works. Nice. So that part does work. So now just to fill in the remaining bits. Okay, that should not be too bad. Case image refresh priority layer dot speaker single text path is res resources characters refresh event dot want dot png texture 2D texture is gd.load texture 2D text path. What the hell? Hey, that was weird. And I'm just gonna copy that again. Case and image refresh priority layer dot speaker left. Okay. Okay. I see what you're doing. That's stupid. Because they're on their own different blocks. There are conlines here. Yes, but so far we haven't actually gotten to that. Because we're working on the dialogue part right now. In fact, this whole game actually is supposed to be you learning it. So if I were to, I don't know, the world's probably just broken at this point, but don't mind that. The whole point of the streams right now are to be fixing it. But you can kind of see these are actually the puzzles for the custom number system here, since you write numbers a little bit differently. I'm not going to spoil it though. You can also see the custom keyboards. There's the number pad and then the keyboard right behind it. Yeah, again, this is very broken right now. So, yeah. I guess I could also show this part too. You can see that we have these obelisks down here, and these are also written in the Conlang with the custom writing system. Except I had to be very clever with this, since there's not a lot of space. And the diacritics on these, they're very specific. So I like to call this iteration of it just the reified version or whatever, since I had to basically downscale this. So now you basically have to just rely on the position of the diacritic rather than what the diacritic looks like. Not great, but you know. You can also see the introductory puzzles down here to teach you all the base words. You still got to do more on that front. Hopefully we can tackle that as soon as we can finish tackling this. Sounds really cool. I'm a sub. Oh, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I do these streams every Sunday now, for this project specifically. Saturdays I do the playdate stuff, but Sundays I do the indexing your heart stuff. So we'll be doing a lot more with the puzzles and the conlanging stuff, and I do have some ideas that I want to implement, but I need to make sure this is all rewritten into .NET from Swift first before we can get to the fun stuff. Suffice to say. Yeah, not the greatest thing in the world, but what are you gonna do? Speaker right. String speaker right path is this res sources characters. Been a conlanger for around 5 years. Nice, nice. Any custom things that you, or any conlangs that you've made up recently, or are you just still like trying to build one right now? Break. Texture 2D. This should just be speaker left texture. Thank you. Okay. Speaker right texture is gd.load texture 2D speaker right path, and then speaker right. Okay, I'm gonna guess probably not. Texture is speaker right texture. Ooh. And then I think there's one thing that I need to do here. Yeah, for speaker left, there is one extra thing I need to do. Speaker left dot flip h is true. Whoa. I didn't want to select everything. Okay. Default break. GD push warning. Unrecognized. Priority. I didn't spell priority right. So I'm pretty sure it is refresh event dot priority. Skipping. I have a personal language that I'm working on, naturalistic language, but never got too far. Oh, okay. Okay. Gotcha. The one that I have for this game, this actually was a conlang that I had designed back in a class on conlangs that I am just kind of reusing now because I thought it would be cool to bring it back up and just be like, we're going to make it cool again. It is a sort of open source thing. You can actually find the details. Let me actually see if I can pull up the link for this, because the specifications there and everything are available online. There it is. So I mean, if you don't want to play the game and just learn the conlang that way, there you go. I wouldn't recommend it, but hey, there you go. Oh, brother. Okie dokes. So that should cover all the refresh stuff. I think just to do a test on that, let's see if we can just add another refresh event here. Refresh. Are the characters available here or open in file manager? Oh, these are all swizzled. I'm gonna have to see if I can copy these from my Mac. Then, okay, so we won't be able to test that then. But I trust that if we got the background working, that since everything else is just an extension of that, then we'll be fine. That's my running theory anyway. Okay, cool. So that at least covers the drawing images. Now, the prototype never included support for sound, so that's not something we got to worry about, thankfully. But, yeah. I think we're good there. The only thing that we have to do left, I believe, is setting up the menus for choices. And I think that's all we got to do. Okay, yeah. So let's commit what we have real quick. So IOH, what is, I think it's 46, right? Yeah, 46. Add, refresh, support. Yay. We can remove the launch settings thing. I don't think we actually need this. I think that's if we want to run the game directly from Visual Studio. But I don't think we want to do that. I think it's easier to just run it from Godot and then just attach the process. Assuming that we don't have to do things on the ready block and just pray that we haven't stopped ourselves yet or something. I don't know. Decisions. Okay. So we're good there. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh, shush you. I don't understand. Okay. Quick real talk moment here. You can tell that I use Vivaldi, but I've themed it a little bit to act more like Arc. Because I found that surprisingly Vivaldi lets you, or Vivaldi anyway, doesn't make my device as hot as Arc does. I don't know why that is. I think maybe the Arc, something in Arc probably is just hitting the CPU or memory too much, and as a result just causes the CPU to heat up more or something. But in any case, I've been using Vivaldi for that. Now that said, I don't understand why we got to do custom notifications with a freaking custom banner. Like, you couldn't just use the regular system notifications? Really? Maybe there's a setting for it somewhere, and I just haven't found it. Is that the case? Notifications. No. Well, that's a shame. Because, like, I have myself in Do Not Disturb right now. Specifically so I don't get all these random notifications on the side while I'm streaming here. And Vivaldi's just like, yeah, no, I don't care. Really? I'll probably have to put in a feature request or something, but that's just kind of sad. Yeah. Wow, we've been streaming for how long now? I want to say, let's say at least a couple hours. Because we started this at 1 o'clock and it's, yeah, almost 5. Wow, we've been going at this for 4 hours. I mean, we've been very productive, though. We managed to completely finish the Jensen.net stuff. And now we're just redoing the UI part of it. Which is really nice, because that means that this initiative is moving a lot faster than the Playdate related stuff, because that one just kind of took quite a while. We spent like, what, 4 or 5 streams just writing a parser? Whereas here, we spent 2 hours for some parts of the parser, and then I want to say maybe an hour on the last part, and now we're just in the actual Godot stuff. So you actually see progress. Which I find kind of funny, but it's like, I guess that kind of makes sense, because, like, it's just the way that things were going, and yeah. I mean, I think it's also a lot easier because of the fact that the project is Godot. We were just using the Swift programming language before. Now we're using C# and .NET instead. So it's a lot easier to migrate over. And not to mention, I didn't have to write my own little event loop for listening for events by parsing with Cuddle. That was already handled by the parser thing that we're using, Cadlet. So I guess that just means that maybe a Cadlet was just a much better Cuddle parser and just made things a lot easier, which is cool. Let's see what the chat said. We have the same time zone. Yep, Eastern time. Woo! UTC -5. Oh, that does remind me, before I forget, we need to make sure that we smack on our license headers. If you have a big solution, this may take time. Okay, here we go. Yeah, great. Make sure to commit this as well. Forget license headers. Ugh, yeah. But I mean, suffice to say, very productive. I'm very excited by that. What I'm probably going to do is let's see if we can get the questions part done. And then once we get the questions choice menu part done, then I think we can call it a day. And then next week we can start looking at something else. Maybe player movement? Because player movement doesn't really require a lot of dependencies. It just requires you to add a couple of lines of logic for that. It's just a separate Swift package in the old code base for reasons. But yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I think we can do that. But for that, let's do a quick little break because I need to grab something real quick. And then we will power through to the last bit of this part of the Jensen, or this part of the project. So we'll be back. Waiting for the camera. There we go. All right. Let's see what the chat says before we power through this last part here. Can you tell me what font you prefer to use for coding? I've kind of rotated through several fonts in my time, though the one that I currently use and really, really enjoy is this typeface, Mona Lisa. I just think it looks really nice. It's kind of similar to Cascadia Code and Cascadia Mono. A little bit like Fire Mono as well, but I just really like the way that this font looks, and I've been using it a lot, also considering the fact that I had to pay for it. But yeah, it's a really nice typeface to work in. Also has built-in support for ligatures as well as some other powerline things. Maybe not everything in a nerd font, but it's at least got quite a few symbols and stuff to work with, so. It's a really good one to. Yeah, not everything has, or depending on which one you get, it may contain extra things. So like the plus one has that like script variant, and the complete one has all of these sorts of things going on for it. I just got myself the basic, because that's all I really need. I don't really care if the italics looks fancy with the cursive script or whatever, but you know, some people may prefer to go a little more fancy with it. But this is one of those typefaces is like if you really want to use it, like you really got to commit to it. Like once you purchase it, like you got to commit to it. Like that's the way that my brain just kind of works. Is like you paid for the product, like get your value's worth out of it. Not everybody wants to work that way. Maybe people have different preferences and just casually buy fonts every week and just swap them out like it's nothing. I mean, more power to you, I guess, but that's the way that I work. But in short, yeah, this is the typeface that I use in my editors for the most part. It doesn't quite look like it at the size that it is right now, but like, again, it's kind of similar to the Cascadia Mono, but I can at least prove that we are, in fact, using Mona Lisa here if we go to fonts and colors, and you can see that right there. Woo. So yeah, I guess let's power through this last part then. So let's review our source here, which is again on the other monitor. So the last part we need to do is set up question. So we have set up with current events, set up dialogue, set up narration. This is where we need to private void set up question. Alrighty. So set up question. If mbox, I don't know what mbox is. It's null, return. Not that that really matters at this point. So choices. Do we have a remove all? Or I guess that would probably be clear, huh? Yeah. Right? Clear removes all keys and values. Yep, that's the one. So, for each var choice in, what is question? Oh, we need to pull the, yeah. So let's do that as well. Question, event, like that. Question dot choices, we're going to want choices of choice dot what is choice dot events. Cannot convert to... Did I boo-boo? I boo-boo. That's why. Though I think in this case we actually still want this to be a list of iGensen event. Right, because we're going to basically do an equivalent of attaching it to the thing. There we go. Okay, great. Now we want to do another one for each var menu child, or I guess we could just say child here. Child in menu.get children, where child, where, there we go, child is not the choice template. So we want to make a new button. Okay. Button, new button is choice template dot duplicate. Oh, we need to typecast it back. There we go. And then we call setup button on it. So let's go back up. Private void setup button. Button. Like this. So then we'll just go here. Setup button. And then we also need to specify the choice name as well. String choice name. So that will be what? With choice name. Where do we get choice name from in here? Oh, okay, I see. I'm missing a step. I am missing a step. We need to wrap this for each. For each var choice names in question choices select choice to be choice dot name, wait, no, choice dot what, there we go. There we go. Random question, but do you know the song Wolves Cry by Bram? Can't say I've heard that one. Let's see here. Okay, so now this looks correct. So now I go back to setup button. I think we had all these guard statements because of the Swift stuff, so I think we can ignore those. button dot text is choice name dot to upper. Okay. Yeah. Let's see here. Are we? Yes. Uppercased. Button dot visible is true. And then button dot pressed plus equals delegate, where we now say menu dot visible is false. Guard let events equal else. Okay. So we just want to say var events equal choices at choice name. Well, I guess at this point what we want to check is if choices dot contains key choice name. We'll do this, we'll return, and then we just need to do what do we need to do now? So we just need to do the timeline. Yep, dot. We have an insert prepend. Adds a value to the beginning of the sequence. Can we just say events plus timeline? Like this? Plus cannot be applied. Oh. I see. So I guess what we probably need to do is we need to make a new thing. Merged timeline is an empty list of Jensen event. New. Her. We could just say this, right? Like that. And then for each event in, var event in, thank you, that's why, event in, not indexer, in timeline, what the, well, that is weird. Thank you. For each var timeline event in, there we go, timeline, merged timeline dot add timeline event. And so then we set the timeline to the merged timeline. Okay. And then we just call next after this. And then finally, after all that, we just simply add this child. Woo, that was a lot of work. Okay. So I guess now we need to actually add a question block in here. Please select an option. Choice foo. Narration. I selected foo. Well, I'm probably going to leave the stream. Have a good one, man. Yeah, thanks. You too. Take care. Choice. Bar. Narration. I chose bar. Narration. Bye. Okay. Let us see if this does the trick now. And then I think the only thing we need to do, just to verify that this is going to work here, is case Jensen event type dot question. Set up question. And then break. Okay. I guess let her rip. Oh, I just loaded the wrong scene. Yeah, that was my mistake. I meant to load the Jensen demo. Uh-oh. You didn't like it. Generic throw key not found. The given key who was not present in the dictionary. And this is coming from you? Oh, because we wrote this a funny way. Right, okay. So we need to actually check this better. We need to do it like this. If child properties contains key who, question who will become child properties of who. Dot to raw cuddle string. Okay. Now let's try that. First bug that we ran into with that. Okay, there we go. I am narrating the current story. Who are you talking to? No one. I think we might have done something a little odd. Let me check this. I think we forgot to add the case in next, didn't we? Yeah, that's probably what happened. So let's go back. Set up button. Refresh. Next. Set up with current event. Go to definition. So what we're supposed to do is set up question. Oh, okay, I see now. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to pretend that this is either narration or dialogue. So I guess we'll do dialogue then. Question event. Question is question event, a current event, and then we're just going to create a new dialogue event. Question dialogue will be a... Oh no, it's not going to... Is it going to treat it that way? I don't know if it will. I'm just going to rename this to with current event. And then we're just going to
do this. Like that. Get rid of that line, and then we're good. Question dialogue is dialogue event who being question dot who, and then question dot what. Then we set up dialogue with this question dialogue. Mark this as new. Okay, so we have that set up, and then you set up the question. Do we actually set the thing to be true once we set up the question? We should have. Ah, no, we didn't. Also, I need to check the input thing again. That probably also was the case of that cause of that bug. Okay. So, got this going. I am narrating the current story. Who are you talking to? Me? No one. Please select an option. Oh, now it's confused. So I think what we need to do then is not that. Not that at all. So let's... Where did we add the thing? I'm getting confused. Jensen timeline. Here we go. Set up button. There we are. That part is very handy. Then we need to timeline dot insert that. Set up dialogue with current event. And then I think, don't we also do something else after that? Set up dialogue with event. No, I think that is it. Okay. Let's try that now. Nope, the menu is still not appearing. So that wasn't it. Set up dialogue. Try that again. Who label? What label? Yes. So we need to, I guess, take care of you then. So let's do that. Time for the debug. Oh, you know what? I didn't attach the process. That would be helpful. Switch. Project. No, debug. Attach to process. This one. Okay. So now we got that going in the background. Okay. So let's see what's going on. Choice is clear. Okay. For each choice, we are doing that. Now, let me check this. Let me look for choices in here. Choices count to who, bar, And then we do have our events, so that part is not problematic. Okay. Actually, why are we looping over that? That part doesn't make sense. For choice name in... For child in menu to get children where... Oh! Oh, I read this wrong. That's what it is. We're supposed to do this. Menu dot remove child. That makes a lot more sense. It probably also explains a lot too. There we are. There we go. That was... Okay, foo. Except that part didn't work. So I'm guessing that the delegate on the setup button did not fire? Question mark? Set up recurrent event, set up dialogue. Set up button. Button dot pressed. Connect. Menu visible is false. If choices contains key choice name. Oh. Well, yeah, of course that's never going to be true. That makes sense. Foo. I selected foo. Why? We did it! We did the thing! MK Vibes, I have subscribed to you already. Great! Then ignore my message when I tell people to subscribe. And I appreciate it. Wow. We are good there. Woo! So let's commit that. IOH 46 and support for questions. Also fixes a bug in Jensen.net where the root key wasn't always present in the question node. And we are good. Woo! Jazz hands. Okay. That is done. So, that means that as of today, that is one of the 5, I think-ish, systems of the game done. Which is good, because that means then that, at least the story/dialogue part of the game is easily taken care of. Right? Because now we can read these types of files, do whatever we want inside, and then from there we just gotta take things up a notch. So then, like I said earlier, before we powered through this last section, next week I probably want to start tackling player movement, since that one would probably also be an easy whack it out of the park kind of thing. And then after that, I may want to try tackling some of the other puzzle related parts just to get the puzzle inputs working again. But yeah, definitely on a very good track with this, considering that we've been running for about 4 hours now. We managed to get pretty much a lot more done than I anticipated. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of this that's very much broken, and we may not necessarily do a one-to-one conversion with this. Like, I don't think we need to make a new Rollinsport class or whatever just for this. I think I just wrote that specific way because of Godot. But in any case, not the point. I also probably want to make sure that we get the unit tests fixed up too, since now we're using the .NET C# stuff instead of Swift. So very, very good. I am really happy about how far we managed to get with this. Heck, I may even try to do some of the player stuff online so we can focus on the puzzles or something else. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But with that said, oops. Yeah, just want to close all of that remaining stuff out. With that said, if you liked today's stream and the progress that we've made and want to keep following up on the game, like the video. And if you want to be notified of future live streams, be sure to subscribe. Unless you're MK Vibes, in which case, please ignore this message. You're already subscribed. And yeah, happy coding, everyone. Take care.